Hello, welcome back to the Puck Universe. Is my camera actually frozen or is it just appear to be frozen? Oh, okay, it's broken. Nope, it's back. Nope, it's broken. I'm hoping that was the Discord that was fucking with it. Okay. I think we're good. All right, we're back. For real this time. Happy Saturday. I'm doing something weird. Like I could go back to the regular stuff I've been playing. I'd be completely fine with that. But it's been a weirdly productive day. And I want to do something different. And this may not last all night. So we'll do this as long as I have interest. I don't even know how to pronounce the name of this game. Ahnayro? The basic concept is you play a woman who is having a sort of mental health crisis, was in a hospital for a while and may or may not have been released. She keeps a dream journal. She's got this device, sort of. They call it an artifact. Where you are solving puzzles to unlock the artifact. These are puzzles I have solved. These are ones I have to do next, and eventually we'll get through all these. Let's get rid of that music. So what makes this game interesting, I think, and other games by this same studio, I'm not even sure the studio exists anymore, is that you solve the puzzles by doing research on the actual internet. It's like an augmented reality game. So this is my browser from the last time I was playing, and you can see there's a lot of shit going on here. It's a lot of Wikipedia stuff. Mostly Wikipedia. But the studio also creates these websites that you use to sort of move the story along. So this is Jocelyn's dream journal. And there's a bunch of entries here. And they kind of unlock as you move forward on the artifact, and gives you a little bit more about what's going on with her. There's weird stuff in here. She's also communicating with someone named Jonathan by email. He seems very helpful. I haven't reread all these, and I'm probably not going to right now unless I feel like there's a clue in there somewhere. They've also created these other websites, the Roseburg Clinic, which may have been doing experiments on people. For some reason, the pictures rotated. Like, I would say the production of some of these websites is not awesome, but it's generally sufficient. So you're like, you have to figure out how to hack into somebody's email account. So you're like reading up on their background to get a clue of like where they live, or what their wife's name is, or whatever. It's very interesting. I told my brother about this game. And he's like, "Ugh, why would you ever want to do research?" And I'm like, but looking things up on the internet can be fun, I think. So I will keep this off screen sometimes just to make sure I'm not going anywhere accidentally that I shouldn't be going. But I'll bring it in when necessary. And just to like, oh, okay, so that was a journal entry. Okay. So these just open up journal entries. This is an example
Divination,
of what
the
these sections
foretelling
look like.
of future events, or the discovery of things secret or obscure by alleged converse with supernatural powers. Rely upon yourself and learn to use your judgment in every detail of your daily life. You have free will and freedom of choice, and if you do not exercise them, then the responsibility is yours.
So there'll be things like this, and you have to solve all of these things in order to unlock this thing. And once you get all the things, you can like unlock a new section. I'm not especially describing it, but it'll become clear. I don't know why this one's glowing.
When the last days were upon
There's
me,
also some like
and the ugly
Lovecraft
trifles
stuff in
of
here.
existence began to drive me to madness. Like the small drops of water that torturers let fall ceaselessly upon one spot of their victim's body. I loved the irradiate refuge of sleep. In my dreams,
This is a long section.
I found a little of the beauty.
So what's going on here is Zakarian, I think, is a Lovecraft novel or essay or something like that. And you look up this page, find that section of the page, and like use that to solve this puzzle. Really cool. Regardless of what my brother thinks. So, like, I don't think I solved this, but I like did a Google image search on this to like find out what this is all about. Let's see if I still have that somewhere. And here's the the other like side benefit to all this is that where was it? Yeah, I learned about all sorts of things. Vanity Fair, book burnings, book publishers in the 1800s in England, Arthur Conan Doyle. Oh, yeah, this is like the Lovecraft thing I was looking up. Seance of Arthur Conan Doyle. That was really interesting. The Sandays. Oh, maybe this is back to what we were doing. token. Oh, like that thing about the voodoo, there's Marie Laveau's page. Learning all about her. Hexadecimal translations. My phone's charging. So I don't know if this is, I figured like nothing is cheating. I feel like I'd done this before and got stuck on it. So that's where you get this from. If you can tell me the name of the game you're playing, no. Okay, so we will. High-res stock photograph. This is going to be a lot of me not talking much while I'm researching. I encourage people to research along with me. But of course, you know, no answers unless quested, and then, you know, maybe hints and stuff. Let's see. Of the Babende Secret Society. I know I'd researched this before. So we need to find something about trusted methods of which he speaks. Go beyond technique. What was the... don't think this is it. This video isn't available anymore. 404 not found. Okay, a secret society. Isumba, Lower Congo. The Babende are the members of a secret society existing among the Bangongo, a sub-tribe of the Bushango people. When new members are admitted to the society, 3 masked dignitaries are present, of which the most important, the Makenge, is shown above, with an attendant playing the friction drum. When the drum sounds, all the women and children must instantly hide, but one child, it is said, is caught and slain. That's like a ready or not thing. Like, it's not a good game. But I feel like that is maybe the key to uncovering this is this section about this game. The Wisdom Library. Verify I'm a human. Okay. There's going to be a lot of reading about the Congo. Bantu linguistic roots. Yeah, they're like breaking down ba. Like, what does Bantu mean? Okay. Trusted method. I gotta keep this in mind. So to look for anything that is like a technique. Bangongo travel guide. What is that? That's a. I've never seen a message like this before. Like I use DevTools all the time for work stuff. I don't have a dev console up right now. And it's weird to me that a website would be like, heck no, you're not allowed to do that. Because they don't want you to look into their code or any. Like, I don't know why that would happen. Kind of skipping through. It's a very long entry on Congo, which isn't quite what I'm looking for. I don't think that's helpful. Okay, let's shift. So it says secret society among the Bangango Bushango people of the Congo region, originally documented by ethnographer Emile Torde. Let's look up him, because he may be someone who would speak of technique. Check out his Wikipedia page. So he's Hungarian. He was the father of romance novelist Ursula Torde. I wonder if I'm looking for connections. This is Ursula's page. Wednesday's children. Gothic romance and mystery novels. Charlotte Keppel published her last novel in 82. Okay. During his stay in the Congo, he developed his interest in anthropology. After his trip to Europe, he met Thomas Athol Joyce. Behalf of the British Museum in the Kasai River Basin in the Belgian Congo. Master collection of 3,000 objects in the museum acclaimed, which are from the Kuba Kingdom. The expedition, also known as Torday Hilton Simpson Expedition, produced a large collection of photos depicting everyday life in the villages of the Congo Basin. Photos from his expedition were held in the Museum of Ethnography in Budapest. Other outstanding pieces of the collection are 3 royal Indop figures he collected. Recorded folk songs. Dated in oral tradition to a known passage of Halley's Comet. Trying to figure out if I can get Torday out of this, but I don't think so. So we need to get back. Kind of curating my tabs here. Now I'm looking up Norman H. Hardy. Who is supposedly the artist that made that? A cricketer born in 1907. I don't think that's it. A love bug. It's not turning up anything. Vampire Masquerade stuff. Anime characters. "403 Forbidden." Royal masking trio that dramatizes foundational myths centered on Woot, the culture hero and first king, his sister wife, the Gaddy. If you're visualizing themes of creation, incest, taboos, royal legitimacy, and social conflict. This is a long entry. I'm just looking for like a name that I can look up that's somehow related to this. Trance-inducing hallucinogens. So far, this has been repeating itself constantly. I don't know if this is generated by Grok, so maybe this is just like AI splooging stuff together haphazardly. See, this reads kind of like this thing. Because it says it is so it's like a helmet-like mask, wooden helmet form topped with a rough raffia collar. Intricate geometric patterns, beads, shells, fabrics applied to its surface, creating a regal, luminous appearance. So this talks about conical eyes, and these eyes are like popped out. I have seen other talk of this sort of chameleon-like costume. Uh, Extensive polychrome painting in vibrant colors. It often incorporates a cane headdress covered in raffia cloth and detached wooden ears, sometimes adorned with feathers, which is kind of what I'm seeing here. Okay. Looks like a lot to read. When in doubt, try something else. So I think we're trying to do the connections between Marie Laveau and Charlotte Perkins Gilman. Piece together the meaning of the object from the associated dream fragment.
From the woods, I can see children in the distance, singing a nursery rhyme. Mother leads, how you wished for death indeed. I feel that I am being followed. I pick up my speed. From the woods your curse did scream. I hope it's just one of the children following me, as their song becomes louder. Mother leads, mother leads. She regretted 12 until she got to 13. I see the decimated carcass of a wolf. I don't want to be here anymore. And now your son we're doomed to feed. The last thing I remember was the taste of dirt.
The twin sons of Aphrodite and Ares embodied two different types of fear. Dread and panic were closely related, but distinct forms of the emotion, either of which could be disastrous in a battle or fight. They are minor spirits, but Deimos and Phobos had a power that could fell entire armies. So Deimos' twin is Phobos. Deimos was the god of terror and dread. Phobos was the god of panic and rout. What the heck is this? So this is like 5 sequences. Panic and rout. Morpheus. So let's hear this again.
From the woods, I can see children in the distance, singing a nursery rhyme. Mother leads, how you wished for death indeed. I feel that I am being followed. I pick up my speed. From the woods your curse did scream. I hope it's just one of the children following me, as their song becomes louder. Mother leads. She regretted 12 until she got to 13. I see the decimated carcass of a wolf. I don't want to be here anymore. And now your son we're doomed to feed. The last thing I remember was the taste of dirt.
It's all giving me stuff on Demos. Inspiring quotes. Why is this just go to Google? Like DuckDuckGo's advertising, go to Google for your real search. Oh, I never knew why they dim the lights in the cabin. Now I know. See, learn something. This game is always encouraging learning. Bug's Life. What if I do with 300 quotes? Library of books. Right, this isn't related to the game. I just want to see what this tiny little house. It's not a tiny little house. Oh, that is. Literally a treehouse. Are these just books? Ooh, look, a light switch. Sold. I like the hot tub. It's also in the trees. Okay. That was fun. This is all about the game among trees. All right, we go back to lens. So Night with the goddess Nyx. Classic example of 19th century French academic and symbolist painting. If you want, I can help you with the puzzle game pictured in the screenshot. Nope. Okay, so this is Nyx. Goddess personification of night. Offspring of chaos and the mother of ether. Okay. Next. This iconic engraving, Dante in the Gloomy Wood. Also a French illustrator. So it depicts the poem's famous opening lines. Midway upon the journey of our life, I found myself within a forest dark, for the straightforward pathway had been lost, showing the dazed poet Dante wandering astray among gnarled, shadowy trees. It's a masterpiece of 19th century romantic wood. That is like a really good wood engraving. Dramatic contrast of light and shadow, grotesque natural forms, and an overwhelming sense of psychological and spiritual bewilderment. Okay, so let's look up. I'm reading about the Dante's Canto. So the dark forest, Selva Oscura, in which Dante finds himself at the beginning of the poem, is described in vague terms, perhaps as an indication of the protagonist's own disorientation. The precise nature of this disorientation, spiritual, physical, psychological, moral, political, is itself difficult to determine at this point, and thus underscores two very important ideas for reading the poem. First, we are encouraged to identify with Dante, character, and understand knowledge to be a learning process. Second, the poem is carefully structured, so we must sometimes read backwards from later events to gain a fuller understanding of what happened earlier. Characteristic of Dante's way of working, this dark wood is a product of the poet's imagination, likely based on ideas from various traditions. These include medieval Platonic image of chaotic matter, unformed, unnamed, as a type of primordial wood. The forest at the entrance to the classical underworld Hades, as described by Virgil. Augustine's association of spiritual error, sin, with a region of unlikeness, and the dangerous forest from which the wandering knights of medieval romances must extricate themselves. In an earlier work, Dante's images of the bewildering period of adolescence in which one needs guidance to keep from losing the good way as a sort of meandering forest. So this talks about three beasts: leopard, lion, and she-wolf. Are they in this picture? Or is this just other stuff in... I'm hoping this isn't where I just get stuck. Okay, what is this? how can I get this over to that computer? This is a 752 page poem. Okay. Let's go back here. Illustration of the classic nursery rhyme Little Miss Muffet, specifically from the vintage 1901 work Denzlow's Mother Goose. Artwork depicts Little Miss Muffet startled in a pink dress while a mischievous boy lowers a cartoon spider on a string toward her. Oh, so the guy who drew this also illustrated The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. So here's the question. What ties all these together? Because Phobos is who that snippet is talking about. But what the recording is talking about is the panic part of this. And this is the Marie Laveau. So I just want to go back. We've got this already. What did we come up with? We go back to Marie Laveau, which is where I guess stopped when I last played this. practitioner of voodoo. It's a long entry. She was born on Thursday. $15 children? Like all the daughters have this Marie Louise, Marie Angeli, Marie Philomena, Marie Heloise. Oh, right. This goes back to the yellow fever stuff, I think. There was like a whole story or whole puzzle around yellow fever. This whole clairvoyant thing. So we're looking for some connection to panic. Sanity Denny. This whole like voodoo queen thing is interesting. Does she have a snake named Zombie? That is a name. Featured in the Stand Spectator in Virginia. There's a tradition where daughters are named Maria and boys are Joseph. Oh, and then they use their middle name as their common name. Okay.
I'm pounding away with my pestle. It grinds against the base of the mortar as the contents make a sickening wet noise. Some of them try to escape, ants teeming out of the mortar and scurrying up my arms, away from their fate. I swat them back in and continue making my paste. I know when I see them next, I'll lace their favorite pudding with this. I have heard the voices they hear, groaning at you from within your own stomach, speaking a language you don't understand. I hope this drives them as mad as they've left me.
I don't like the Grokkopedias coming up all over the place. Ghost Adventures. I'm attracted to this. A girl who levitated in front of 170 witnesses did Clara German Seeley make a deal with the devil. 1906, a teenage orphan at a Catholic mission claimed Satan himself had taken control of her body, and hundreds of people watched what happened next. Looks like a stomach. Right? There are possession stories, and there are possession stories with documentation. The case that unfolded at St. Michael's Mission in Natal, South Africa, belongs firmly in the second category, with priests, nuns, and over 100 witnesses, all recording the same impossible events. This is more backstory than I need. Ooh, dedicated herself to the service of Satan. mean, she could have been schizophrenic, right? This feels like the setup for a movie. It's a very interesting story. I'm not reading it, but I mean, I'm not reading it out loud, obviously, but it is interesting. Does this work better? I'm not on screen, but that might be for the best. I think this is broken. Yeah, I think I never got that to work. Ooh, wrapping her in a blanket's a good idea. Yeah, I mean, it's always tough for me to buy the idea that Satan himself has possessed someone. Like, are you really that important? Embezzlement. Okay, here we get levitation. Claire would float between 3 and 5 feet above her bed. Sometimes she rose vertically, standing on the. This is like the whole background from The Exorcist. Would remain suspended for minutes at a time. Body would contort in ways that defied anatomy. Witnesses described her spine bending backward until her head nearly touched her heels. Her neck would appear to elongate, stretching to unnatural lengths. Her limbs would twist at angles that should have snapped bones, but never did. During one episode, her entire body lost rigidity and became a noodle. Witnesses called it rubbery, allowing her to slither across the floor like a snake despite being partially restrained. Well, she was zero restraint at that point. Pulled away to find 2 puncture marks that looked more like snake fangs than human teeth. The wound oozed pus for months despite medical care. This is a fascinating story. I'm not sure how it relates to the puzzle we're trying to solve. And I don't know why the man restraining this woman is naked from the waist down. That seems unnecessary. But like clearly there's demons escaping. I don't know what this has to do. I don't know what these other pictures have to do with it, but this could be well, this looks like it's a very old picture of exorcism. Way before Claire or Clara. But that might be. Let's just check if this is possible. I don't think it is. furniture would rattle, and Clara glared at it. This seems like the most profound description of demonic possession I have ever heard about. Her companions swore they saw actual flames flickering around her body. We are not even halfway through this. Oh man, I really want to read this though. Because we get into the exorcism here. By early September, Father Erasmus and Reverend Mansueti, the mission director, agreed that formal exorcism was not just warranted but urgently required in Catholic practice. A major exorcism requires authorization from the bishop and should be performed by priests of proven piety and prudence. The extreme nature of Clara's symptoms, the levitation witnessed by dozens, the speaking in tongues, the supernatural knowledge, made the case clear. They sent word to their superiors, likely to the Bishop of Durban, describing the situation. The response came quickly, permission granted. The church hierarchy of 1906 trusted missionaries on the ground, especially given the multiple credible witnesses. This wasn't a case that could be dismissed as hysteria or misunderstanding. The two priests began their preparations. They fasted for days, eating only bread and water. Not a fast if you're actually eating, though. They went to confession, celebrated Mass, and spent hours in prayer. Father Erasmus later wrote that he never felt the weight of his calling more heavily. They were about to engage in direct spiritual combat with forces that had already demonstrated terrible power. They gathered the necessary items: crucifixes, multiple containers of holy water, consecrated oil for anointing, and the Ritual Romanum, the church's official book of exorcism rites, containing the Latin prayers and commands that had been used for centuries to cast out demons. Every tool of spiritual warfare the church possessed would be brought to bear. Location was carefully chosen. The mission's chapel would serve as the battleground, consecrated ground where God's presence was strongest and the demon's power might be weakest. Word spread throughout the mission and into the local Catholic community that the exorcism would take place on September 11th, 1906. Despite the priest's attempts to keep it small, people came. They came out of faith, out of curiosity, out of desire to support Clara with their prayers. By the morning of September 11th, that day was not good. Approximately 170 people had gathered in and around the chapel. These included all the nuns, older students, lay workers from the mission, Catholics from nearby communities, and even a few colonial officials who'd heard about the possessed girl. 8 strong young women from the mission school were specifically chosen to help restrain Clara during the ritual. They were selected for their physical strength, but also their strong faith. They would need both for what was coming. These girls gathered around their friend, knowing they might have to fight her physically while the priests fought for her soul. First day of exorcism. Dawn on September 11th, 1906, found the chapter filled with nervous energies. Candles flickered on the altar. The morning sun slanted through windows, illuminating dust motes in air heavy with incense. Okay, get to it. Claire had been brought in early and secured near the front of the chapel, possibly on a sturdy table or reinforced bed where the priest could stand on either side of her. Already she was not passive. She tugged at her restraints and emitted low growls when the priest approached. Her appearance was harrowing, tangled dark hair hanging around her face, eyes darting wildly or rolling back to show only whites. Her young features contorted in expressions of rage and torment. Father Erasmus and Reverend Mansueti stepped forward in their vestments, holding their crucifixes high. They began with the preparatory prayers prescribed by the Ritual Romanum. First came the Litany of the Saints, calling on the whole communion of heaven to intercede. Their voices alternated in Latin, Sancta Maria, ora pro nobis. Holy Mary, pray for us. Sancta Michael, ora pro nobis. Saint Michael, pray for us. At the mention of St. Michael, the archangel who cast Satan from heaven, Clara let out a piercing shriek that echoed off the chapel walls. She thrashed so violently that all 8 girls restraining her, plus several nuns, struggled to keep her on the bed. The congregation responded to each invocation of the litany, their voices creating a constant murmur of prayer. The priest continued with the Lord's Prayer and Psalm 53, Save me, O God, by thy name, judge me by thy strength. Clara's reaction intensified with each holy word. She roared and twisted, her inhuman cries nearly drowning out the prayers, but the clergy persisted, raising their voices above the demonic noise. Then came the formal exorcism rite itself. Reverend Mansueti, as the senior priest, took the lead with Father Erasmus assisting. Holding the crucifix high, Mansueti intoned the commanding words, Exorcizo te immundissime spiritus. I exorcise you, most unclean spirit. The reaction was explosive. Clara lunged upward with such force that the 8 girls holding her staggered. Then something impossible happened. As the priests continued their invocations, Clara and all 8 girls restraining her actually lifted off the ground together. For a moment, 9 bodies hung suspended in space as if gravity had been canceled in the demon's rage. They crashed back down with gasps and cries from the 170 witnesses. Father Erasmus stepped forward with his Bible to read from the Gospels, another required element of the ritual. He'd barely begun when Clara's hand shot out and struck the Bible from his grip. Then she seized his stole, the long ceremonial scarf that symbolized his priestly authority, and twisted it around his neck, pulling him forward with tremendous strength. The congregation cried out in alarm as Father Erasmus's face reddened. The stole tightened like a noose. 2 nuns and a male assistant leaped to pry Clara's hands away while she grinned horribly, watching the priest choke. Reverend Mansueti rushed to help, and together they managed to loosen her grip. Father Erasmus staggered back, gasping and rubbing his throat. Clara, or the thing inside her, spat out a stream of profanities in multiple languages. She called them fools and slaves of a false god in perfect Latin. The vile curses continued as the priests recovered and pressed on with the ritual. Hour after hour, the spiritual combat continued. The priests cycled through prayers, commands, and holy invocations. They paused only briefly to wet their parched throats, which I gotta do. The chapel grew stifling hot from the press of bodies and the exertion of restraining Clara. Sweat glistened on every forehead. Several times holy water was sprinkled on Clara when her convulsions grew too wild, which would elicit a scream of pain but momentarily calm her. At one point, Clara's body went completely limp and lost all rigidity, becoming snake-like in its flexibility. She slithered and twisted in her bonds, nearly escaping despite being tied down. Her neck stretched to an impossible length. Witnesses swore they saw it elongated before their eyes. Her spine bent at angles that should have been fatal. One novice nun fled the chapel in tears, unable to watch more. I'm going to wet my parched throat. When Father Erasmus demanded the entity's name, a standard practice to gain power over the demon, Clara's body stiffened. Her eyes rolled back and she reared up as much as the restraints allowed. The deep, utterly inhuman voice spoke again. I am Satan. The girl was made a deal with me. I am Satan, and this girl called me forth from hell to serve her dark purpose. The demon was claiming full rights over Clara due to her pact, throwing her foolish mistake in the priest's face. Father Erasmus closed his eyes briefly in anguish, remembering Clara's confession weeks earlier. She had opened the door to hell, and hell had eagerly entered. As evening fell on September 11th, the exorcism had been going on for over 12 hours. The priests were exhausted, their voices hoarse, their bodies trembling with fatigue. Clara showed no signs of surrendering. If anything, the demon's resistance had grown fiercer, as the day progressed. Some witnesses later said the entity seemed to be testing them, seeing how long their faith could endure. The exorcism continued late into the night, stopping only when the priests were too exhausted to continue. Clara was left under guard through the night, her state alternating between unconscious exhaustion and bursts of giggling or weeping. No one in the mission slept well. Those who had witnessed the day's battle were too shaken, and those who hadn't could hear the distant screams echoing through the buildings. The second day, before dawn on September 12, 1906, the priests and their helpers gathered again in the chapel. A thunderstorm had rolled in overnight, and low rumbles of thunder punctuated the morning prayers. The weather seemed to mirror the spiritual battle. Lightning flashed as holy water was thrown. Thunder growled as the demon snarled. Clara had been quiet for several hours, almost comatose after the previous day's exertions. Some whispered hopefully that perhaps the demon had left during the night, but when Father Mansueti began the prayers anew, Clara's eyes opened, not brown, but gleaming amber like predators. A slow, malicious smile spread across her face. The entity was still there. The second day's battle was, if anything, more intense than the first. Clara's body thrashed with such violence that it looked as if multiple hands were pushing and pulling her from within. Thunder crashed outside as she roared. The congregation, smaller now, but still substantial, prayed with desperate fervor. During one climactic moment, Clara managed to work a hand free and reached toward Reverend Mansueti. Her expression suddenly softened, looking grateful and gentle. The priest, thinking Clara had broken through the demon's control, smiled hopefully and extended his hand to her shoulder. It was a trap. Clara's expression snapped back to demonic fury. She seized the priest's stolen collar, going straight for his throat with fingers curved like claws. Father Mansueti's face turned blue as Clara held him in a death grip. His eyes bulged as he sank to his knees. Father Erasmus grabbed an entire bucket of holy water and threw it over Clara. The effect was instantaneous. She released the priest with an unearthly scream of agony, writhing as if the water were acid. Steam seemed to rise from her body in the cool morning air. Father Mansueti collapsed backward, gasping, his neck bearing purple bruises. Recovering his voice, Mansueti croaked out with as much authority as he could muster. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, I command you, when will you depart from this child? Tuesday. The cryptic threat unsettled the priests. Not forever, suggested the demon, believed it could return. But they pressed for final victory. Father Erasmus recited the final portions of the rite, including the solemn adjuration. I adjure you, ancient serpent, by the judge of the living and the dead, by your creator, by the creator of the world, by him who has power to cast you into hell, depart from the servant of God, Clara. Clara's body convulsed one last time, then went rigid, her lips pulled back in a grimace, teeth bared. Those holding her felt a strange vibration in her muscles, as if she were being pulled from within. A terrible roar erupted from her, a sound so loud and unnatural that witnesses covered their ears. It sounded like 1,000 voices crying out at once. As the roar subsided, Clara's body began to rise again, but this levitation was different from the violent episodes before. With eyes closed and arms outstretched, she lifted gently upward, floating 5 feet above the bed in full view of all 170 witnesses. Unlike the chaotic levitations during possession, this had an almost ceremonial quality, the demon making good on its promise to signal departure with one final display of power. Those who hadn't yet seen the levitation now stood in awe and terror, many dropping to their knees. Clara hung suspended for a long moment, her head thrown back, face turned upward. A few restrainers, still holding her wrists, found themselves lifted too, their feet leaving the floor until they let go in shock. Father Mansueti cried out, Lord Jesus, we give thanks for freeing your servant. Claire's body began descending slowly at first, then dropping the last few feet to hit the bed with a thud. She lay completely still. Then came the stench, a putrid she had been holding in her ship for 2 weeks. A putrid odor of rotting meat and sulfur so foul that people gagged and covered their noses. Smell filled the entire chapel despite no source of decay being present. The missionaries recognized this as the classical sign of a demon's departure. Everybody knows. It is no Jon Snow. As if hell itself had briefly opened to reclaim its own. Clara's chest rose and fell with normal, gentle breaths for the first time in weeks. Her face, which had been contorted in inhuman expressions moments before, looked peaceful. She appeared to simply be sleeping. When the restraints were cautiously loosened, there was no resistance, no sudden attacks. Father Erasmus leaned down and gently called her name. Clara stirred, moaning softly. Her eyes opened, clear brown, truly her own eyes, brimming with tears. "Father," she whispered in a hoarse voice, "it's gone. Oh, merciful God, it's gone." She began sobbing, not from pain, but from overwhelming relief. The entire chapel erupted in prayers of thanksgiving. Many wept openly, some laughed in relief. The 2-day ordeal was over. Recovery and relapse. Oh no, this isn't the end. In the days following the exorcism, Clara's recovery was steady but slow. Physically, she was exhausted and bore bruises and rope burns from the restraints. Emotionally, she was devastated by shame, repeatedly asking forgiveness for what had happened while under possession. Though no one blamed her for her actions taken while demon-controlled, she felt responsible for having made the initial pact. She threw herself into humble service at the mission, volunteering for the lowliest tasks, scrubbing floors, cleaning chamber pots, tending livestock. She spent hours tutoring younger children with extraordinary patience. She could often be found alone in the chapel at dawn or dusk, praying with sincere devotion. Curiously, Clara retained the ability to speak and understood the foreign languages she'd used during possession. She would occasionally greet visitors in polished German, or Polish, though she'd quickly switch back to English with embarrassment. The church had documented similar cases where possessed individuals retained knowledge gained during their affliction, a phenomenon that defied easy explanation. For 5 months, all is well. Clara appeared completely free of demonic influence. The mission began to relax, believed the nightmare was truly over. Father Erasmus remained watchful but saw no signs of relapse. Then, in January 1907, disturbing signs returned. A nun passing Clara's room at night heard a faint scream. Over the following weeks, sisters noticed Clara talking in her sleep, making animalistic grunts when she thought no one was watching. One night, Sister Maria found Clara levitating in her room, bathed in an eerie light with no source. Her head was thrown back, her limbs and neck grotesquely elongated, veins standing out as she floated. When Clara's eyes opened, they held the familiar malicious gleam. She grinned at the terrified nun as if to say, "I'm back." Father Erasmus and Reverend Mansueti prepared for a second exorcism. This time they kept it more discreet, limiting witnesses. Clara's second possession seemed somewhat weaker, perhaps because the demon's hold had been broken once or because they'd caught it earlier. The second exorcism lasted anywhere from 2 to 10 days, depending on the account. During it, Clara nearly succeeded in strangling Father Mansueti to death, requiring holy water to break her grip. But eventually, after days of prayer and struggle, the now familiar signs appeared: a horrible shriek, the stench of decay, and Clara's exhausted collapse. When she opened her eyes, she said softly that it was truly gone, and this time it was. The demon had twice possessed Clara Germana Cele and never returned. From 1907 to 1913, Clara lived the peaceful, unremarkable life she desperately wanted. Those who knew her during these years described a gentle young woman of extraordinary piety and humility. She radiated an inner peace that came from having faced literal demons and survived. She never sought attention for her experience. When curious visitors pressed her for details about the possession, she would flush with embarrassment and say simply that it was something she prayed no one else would ever endure. If asked how it started, she'd admit frankly that pride and despair had led her to a terrible choice, but God had forgiven and rescued her. The missionaries who witnessed the events documented them carefully. Father Erasmus recorded detailed observations in his journal. Multiple nuns wrote independent accounts. Mission's official records noted both exorcisms. These weren't stories that grew in the telling. They were documented immediately by educated witnesses who knew what they'd seen defied natural explanation. Word spread beyond the mission almost immediately. A French pamphlet titled Une pacte avec Satan, check out my awesome French, circulated with detailed accounts, including specific mention of 8 strong girls needed to restrain her. The Catholic Digest of 1947 referenced her story. Her case became a touchstone for those studying possession, cited alongside other documented cases like Anna Eklund, 1928, or Roland Doe in 1949. But Claire herself wanted only obscurity. She told the sisters she hoped people would forget the insanity of what had occurred and just treat her normally. She continued her quiet life at the mission, considering perhaps becoming a nun herself. The end. In 1912, at age 22, Clara developed what was likely tuberculosis. The disease was common in South Africa at the time, and the mission had no real defense against it. She bore her illness with the same faith she'd shown since her deliverance, telling Father Erasmus that if God willed to call her, she was ready. She'd already had her purgatory on earth. Clara died quietly in late 1912, recorded as heart failure resulting from her illness. She passed the night with a rosary in her hands and nuns praying around her bed. After everything she'd endured, the supernatural torment, the public exorcisms, the shame and recovery, her death was peaceful and ordinary. She was given a simple Christian burial at the mission, according to her wishes. The sisters sang the hymns she'd once sung in the choir. In local memory, she remained not as a horror story, but as a brave soul who had overcome the something terrible through faith. So, what sets it apart, the documentation? I mean, it's a fascinating story, but I think that's probably enough. So let's find out what these other things are. Like this ant. Classic pen and ink scientific illustration of a New World army ant, soldier cast, characterized by its long side-like mandibles. The specific drawing was created by artist Natalie Escure for scientific literature regarding army ant evolution. Is there anything about army ants being used for poison? Crushed army ants used for poison. Hopefully it doesn't set me up in any particularly weird searches. Crushed army ants are not typically used for poison. However, some cultures may use them in traditional medicine or as natural remedy. They are more known for their aggressive behavior and role in ecosystem. See, I'm going off this recording.
I'm pounding away with my pestle. It grinds against the base of the mortar as the contents make a sickening wet noise. Some of them try to escape, ants teeming out of the mortar and scurrying up my arms, away from their fate. I swat them back in and continue making my paste. I know when I see them next, I'll lace their favorite pudding with this. I have heard the voices they hear, groaning at you from within your own stomach, speaking a language you don't understand. I hope this drives them as mad as they've left me.
Anatomical illustration. African ostrich gizzard. Depicts a detailed dissection and rendering of an ostrich's muscular stomach gizzard chamber. Okay, so search for ostrich gizzard traditional medicine. Oh, unrelated to this, just that little bit of research. Why do birds have gizzard stones? Why do they swallow stones for crushing up foods? Because they don't have teeth to grind up food. So they swallow these stones to assist with that digestion. Medicinal and commercial uses of ostrich products in Tanzania. Look at this painting here, which is made by Thomas Baines. It depicts Xhosa, indigenous African people carrying pots and goods and livestock after working or trading in the Cape Colony. So what's this? I don't know. I have no idea how these things are connected, other than South Africa. So this is associated with the Claire Germana sale scene. So I think this is like a South Africa thing. I can't get that out of this. There is an OU. We do have hints. I want to get something. I want to get something right. So what is Sinkawu? Chicago is a royal king in South Africa. South African surname. Let's go back to the ants. Holy shit. I'm learning something about army ants. Army ants are nomadic. They don't have a permanent nest, but they form bivouacs. And it's because they have to hunt so much. The queens lay 3 to 4 million eggs every month. That is a very busy reproductive system. Each colony will be formed into millions of individuals. And these are the defining traits of army ants. Both day and night. Cath Emerald. Hmm. Well, what I got out of this is that army ants aren't really an African thing. top 5 best ant poisons. Oh, they are found in Africa. Okay. Sub-Saharan Africa. Get ready for bug pictures. No, okay. It's not a lot of bug pictures. This funny guy. This almost looks like a sketch of this. So I guess these are the soldiers, and maybe these are workers. I just saw this. Can an ant feel pain? Okay, look. Either we solve one of these puzzles or I'm bailing to something else. I just don't know what these things have to do with Marie Laveau. What they have to do with each other other than like general location. Enya.
I'm pounding away with my pestle. It grinds against the base of the mortar as the contents make a sickening wet noise. Some of them try to escape, ants teeming out of the mortar and scurrying up my arms, away from their fate. I swat them back in and continue making my paste. I know when I see them next, I'll lace their favorite pudding with this. I have heard the voices they hear, groaning at you from within your own stomach, speaking a language you don't understand. I hope this drives them as mad as they've left me.
I'm just seeing if Marie Laveau has connection to any of these things, which is going to be a long read. I apologize. Shel Silverstein wrote a poem about Marie Laveau. I had a friend who really liked Dr. Hook and the Medicine Show, and I did not understand it. Random. Turbo Wolf. She appears in Neil Gaiman's American Gods, which I guess I vaguely remember. Zagor. Oh, she was in Lost Girl. No. Or that show. Okay, now the rest of it's just notes. I don't know, man. Oh, that is that little thing. Is this?
From the woods, I can see the lake, usually alive with a chorus of frogs and birds, has grown dead silent. I stumble down to the edge of the water, with my head all but exploded, the taste of blood on my lips, and my hands warm, sticky with it. I am heaving, crippled, unable to move further, while in the throes of whatever is happening to me. I feel my wounds widen as the gnawing discomfort of teething comes over me, but from teeth deep in my throat. My fingers claw their way towards the lake as my neck strains to keep my head up. I see my reflection, bloody, with newly formed antlers, but all I can think about is the lingering taste of blood coating, soothing my throat.
I. Oh, what is this? Hold on, I'm looking something up. Ah, that's right. Wendigo. We got one. Gosh. Can't see me on camera. I don't know. I should go back to this, I guess. All right, I guess we're not quitting. But what I do with these?
I'm pounding away with my pestle. It grinds against the base of the mortar as the contents make a sickening wet noise. Some of them try to escape, ants teeming out of the mortar and scurrying up my arms, away from their fate. I swat them back in and continue making my paste. I know when I see them next, I'll lace their favorite pudding with this. I have heard the voices they hear, groaning at you from within your own stomach, speaking a language you don't understand. I hope this drives them as mad as they've left me.
Like possession or madness? I think that starts with P. Dr. E. I don't know what an ostrich's gizzard has to do with any of this. It's much better to go into these. Like right now, I'm just like staring at this to see if there's any words that emerge from it, but it rarely works. like that Wendigo thing. I mean, I had to look up. Like, I was what I was looking up was the movie Antlers because I knew that's what that was about. It's like I can't remember the name of that thing. So what are these things? What is the possession of Clara? Because that is the focus here. Like that's the thing we're taking away. And this picture is about that possession or that exorcism, really. This is just like people coming back from selling things. This is an army ant, and this is a gizzard. Like, what's the connection between these four things? Sikawu is like the name of a royal line in South Africa. But I don't know what Clara to Sikawu means. I don't know what the connection is. U.S. Ghost Adventures in South Africa. Created by AI. I don't remember reading about Clara making another pact. There was that second exorcism. Cremated. Didn't say anything about that. And it said she was interred in the church in the mission graveyard. I guess we can go here. Natal, South Africa. It's also interesting to me that these depictions are like, well, this is a white girl. Right? Like this one, same thing. But this is orphan of African origin. Unreliable source. Like this described in the story we just read. This just says that, and that was it. She lived 6 more years. They totally gloss over the second exorcism. Gloss over. They don't mention it. It's not a glossing. Yeah. Ecstasy, epileptic seizures, lethargy, insanity, frantic state of mind, similar conditions. Natural symptoms or caused by the devil. So this is the reference to the story we read, the Weird Darkness one. All other languages. Okay. It's all saying basically the same thing. "65 Catholic exorcism rites." Parents and the priests who performed the exorcism were convicted of negligent homicide. She she was diagnosed with epilepsy. That's horrible. Epileptic psychosis and manic depression. Hmm. Back to what the frick do these things have in common? And I keep staring at this, like, why does it look like something is spiking into this guy's wrist? Like it's juice in his wrist. Is it just going to explain what each of these pictures are? Demonization. I don't see that here. "51 demonic terms every demonologist should know." There was a satanic panic in South Africa. South Africa had an occult related crime unit it was created in 1992. The world's only ritual murder task force. I want to see that TV show. problem is very problematic that it's a way of the conservative Christians, the white conservative Christians in South Africa, to like attack local customs, like an apartheid thing. Oh yeah, the unit was created by a born again Christian. Okay. My concern is there's a lot I don't know, and I'm reluctant to use up hints. Oh, shit. So this just opened up his journal entry, or whatever it is, at the Rosenberg Clinic. November 14th, 1973. This is the third case I've seen in the past month, and it's just like the others. I'm experiencing the extraordinary phenomenon. The extraordinary phenomenon. This is why I came to university in the first place, to study the nature of the divine, and now I have seen it with my own eyes. But I must be careful to witness. To the grace and not be tempted into grab too tight a hold. This is going to be a struggle, lest I break this fragile thread and loosen my connection to it all. The first case, a beautiful young woman named Anne appeared to me as though an apparition. She claimed to have memories of the past that were not her own. Distant memories, she said. I didn't believe at first, but Anne intrigued me, so I bought into the story. She spoke of massive pyres cleansing the sin from the bones of the wicked in front of a blood-red steeple. She spoke of fear, hatred, and betrayal, and became rather agitated by it. Anne's descriptions were so vivid, but I thought it to be nothing more than the ravings of an overly zealous student of God. Yet my research of my newly adopted home, I came across a dark chapter in the city's history, and Anne's visions felt more real. I was able to talk with her again several days later, but when I pressed her for more details of these memories, Anne shied away from my questions, saying they become too dark, as though a shadow had passed over them. But she spoke of a friend, another of our classmates, who had spoken of similar visions. When I questioned this new woman, she was more open about her visions of an empty farm, dead silent in the spring, a series of footprints in the snow leading to the woods. She claims to have lived in the city all her life, yet she described with great clarity details of the farm, its equipment, and the livestock. I found the third case in the Haupterfriederhof, as I strode through the stone memorials. I overheard a man crying softly and speaking to grave. He was I wonder if this is intentionally not spelled grammatically correct. He was assuring the tombstone that he had received the message. Intrigued, I followed him out of the cemetery into a nearby bar and offered him a drink. Over a Hofbräu, He explained that he had a vision of a young woman walking through a dark forest. He took this to be a message from his deceased wife, who grew up in the Black Forest before they met. He felt it was her way of telling him she had returned home. I need to know more about this phenomenon. Is it a resurgence of spiritualism in Germany? Are these implanted memories occult in nature? Are these visions truly means of communication from the spirit world? And most importantly, how widespread is this? Does it exist only in Würzburg, some remnant of the city's hysterical trials, or can it be found elsewhere? So this was November 1973, and this is January 1978. Progress is slow. I can't seem to find the right system of measurement. But then again, how can you measure inspiration or enlightenment? How can I reduce an ethereal experience to a series of quantifiable figures? I feel like Ryan at Duke, but I don't yet have my Zener cards to perform the tests. Okay, whatever. Without the correct means, all my work will be brushed off as dubious and faulty. I need clear data to show them that this phenomenon is beyond simple random chance and worthy of further backing. I know it is connected to mental illness, as unfortunately was the case with my poor Anne, but I don't yet know if that is correlation or causation. I must construct a device to monitor the subject during vision and note the changes in their brain activity, since EEG data seems to be as useless as the qualitative data I can gather from the subject after they've woken up. So I wonder if there's anything to do with the artifact we're looking at. What I need is some means of monitoring activity within the prefrontal cortex, while at the same time noting changes in their breathing patterns without being too intrusive to the sleep quality of the subject. This phenomena is so rare and fleeting as is. The last thing I can do is disturb the dream cycle. Perhaps if I could find the chemical means to produce a longer REM cycle, I may have better luck. Perhaps ACHEIBZD-TCS, or some combination of the three. I should look into two Cameron's work for a Gago mix to use. He has funding after all. In 1979. Advancement comes from the oddest of places, just as Anne appeared out of nowhere with tales of ancient witch trials and brought this whole phenomenon to my attention. A newspaper ad showed me the clear way forward. A lifetime of blissful sleep in a weekend. The Glasswick initiatives. Oh. So this all goes back to Glasswick. Like this secret research company or something. The Glasswick initiatives commercial was full of many of the standard claims of lifestyle seminars, but something specific caught my attention. Combining the latest scientific advances with ancient sleep rituals, they've created the Glasswick technique. Yes, okay. The most effective means of harnessing the power of your dreams. My decision to attend the seminar was partly out of curiosity, partly a need to get away from the lab for a few days. The hotel convention center was exactly what I pictured, a wide range of hopeless people milling about looking for help and salvation. After a pathetic meet and greet, we were separated into smaller groups where the seminar leaders spoke of identifying our true potential and other such nonsense. The entire day was wasted on platitudes and New Age rubbish, but in the evening we were exposed to the star of the show, the Glasswick technique. They called it a means of mental relaxation and self-hypnosis, allowing the unconscious and the conscious to meet. I followed the exercise closely, taking mental note of every detail. That night at the hotel, I had vivid, powerful dreams almost immediately after falling asleep and was semi-lucid the entire time. I left the seminar early the next morning my mind still whirling from the clarity of what I'd seen. The technique would be perfect for my research, and the hippies that had taught it to me did not begin to understand the true power of their discovery. I've yet to test in on anyone affected with the condition. First, I want to understand the process. If it is able to do what I hope it can, I can use it to better control the phenomenon and finally perform the test I need in a controlled environment. I can only guess the potential. This phenomenon, this condition of Anne and the others, it's crucial to understanding the connection between our consciousness and unconscious selves, the influences we feel deep within us. I am at the door of something that is yet to be opened in modern times, something only whispered at in art, alluded to in history, hidden by ancient oaths of silence, a door science refuses to open, and now, with the glasswick technique, I alone hold the key. So now I am truly stuck between this and this.
My dearest, we all...
I'm just trying to get... Oh, yeah, Virginia Woolf. That was really interesting, looking up her life.
My dearest.
Sherlock Holmes. This was the publisher of the Sherlock Holmes book. Ellis Island. This was a really interesting puzzle where I had to look up these green fairy books. So it's like all these things gave us Pasadena, right? All of these things gave us this year. All of these led to the rest cure. Dark fear infects her hidden aspect, shadow. At work. Rosenberg. with whom she shares whispers and stories and stares. Delgado. What if it's like Jonathan or something? So I'm not sure this picture matters so much. It's the outside help. Let's read some of these that are pointing in this direction, right? The blankets were pulled down tight around me, a safeguard against imagined monsters that threatened to eat any wayward toes. I was safe, but I was scared of those monsters, so I would stay awake, watching vigilantly for any monsters to appear. None ever did, but that didn't diminish my terror. In a way, even as a child, I knew that I had to be done to keep myself safe. I knew I couldn't sleep. Silly, perhaps, but there was a certain resolve I had back then, a dedication to not being caught off guard, to not being consumed by a monster. That is the point of all this, I think. I must be strong, I must be vigilant, and I must be patient, and I will survive. I must be that little girl again, more aware of things than others, but not letting those onto my plan. My parents would have forced me to sleep. For my own good, they would have said, just like my doctor, now I will force me to ignore my dreams. They think they know what's best, but I am sure I am the one who can help myself. As a child, I had to stay awake, but now as an adult, I must dream. Jonathan tells me. So this goes back to Jonathan's the outside help. You must dream, Jocelyn. You must lean into your fears. Lucid dreaming is used to treat nightmares. It can destroy them, banish them. It is a question of power gaining control over your fears and bending them to your will. Lucidity has that power. I have witnessed it in myself. The dream must be your total control. Use what I've taught you. While my dreams are not quite nightmares, I know they are different. I trust Jonathan's methods. He knows so much about this world that I've only just begun learning about. I must not be afraid of being scared. Accepting my fear and drawing strength from it, rather than letting it consume me, is what I must do to achieve my own sovereignty from this illness. I've never felt so confined, like the trees all around me were prison bars rather than gateways to unexplored paths. Even as I tried to run in my dreams, my body felt weighed down with whatever was growing inside of me. A child, impossible, but I felt it, something drawing energy through my blood, draining me, trying to root me to the ground so that I would become one with the soil and the trees. I had to crawl, but what I crawled toward was no kinder than the imposing trees and cold dirt, a massacre in Haiti, a revolt of people too long oppressed, hurt, betrayed by fellow humans, blinded by anger and fear. I was horrified, but felt alive at the same time. There was an energy in the revolt, an energy that worked against the weighing down. I felt an energy that promised to lift me up. At the same time that it sparked all of my contractions, convulsions, like electricity, injuring me while also stimulating me. From pain comes freedom. I think I understand that now, or at least as I massage my sore muscles and heat my brittle bones with hot water bottles. I try to understand that. Others I've spoken to before tell me the same. I wish I had their strength and conviction. Until I do, maybe I am meant to learn from them, borrow their strength until I have mine fully restored. Yeah, I'm losing it. It's time for lunch now, and although I have no appetite, it's best to keep up appearances. I can't eat. The food feels like sludge in my mouth and acid in my intestines. I can pretend. Nobody sits near me and nobody really watches me too closely during these times. I sit by the windows, imagining the bars are those trees. I realized as I gripped the leather pouch, I felt freer, lighter. Even my bones and muscles ache, and I felt the atrophying of my muscles that made me feel like a soulless monster, not a vicious, unthinking, kind, bent and purely on consuming human remains, but one longing for freedom from subjugation. But then I held on to the gift from this submerged woman. I felt lighter. I felt like I could move. I could swim amongst those serene faces of the drowned, and I could find my way. I wasn't lost. Scared of the rain, the water, the thunder, the night, I wanted to scream for those children, for the loss of their lives, but I wasn't lost. I felt whatever had been inside of me, eating away at my health like a parasitic strange fetus, has been removed. Well, not all of it, a piece of it. Maybe that is what is making me feel lighter. I need to confront this fear of the water and continue to remove whatever is inside of me, feasting upon my inner strength. Thing is, though, I know I'm not alone when I do this. Something's there helping me. Who or how, I don't know. It's hard to remember through all that blood and water. It seeped into me through my pores. It swirls in my brain. Jonathan's help exploring these dreams of mine is invaluable. He knows so much about lucid dreaming, and his dedication to helping me understand and control my dreams is inspiring. He has been teaching me so much. Whenever I'm able to check emails, there is always one from me, urging me on. One from me or for me? Asking how I've done, encouraging me to keep up my strength. He has friends he wants to connect me with, others like me, or like him, who can help me too. I don't think I'm ready for that yet. I don't want to disappoint him. Sometimes exploring these dreams can be so hard for me. I woke up with a scar, beginning to think that my dreams are much more than just ways for my brain to occupy itself when I go off to sleep. I know my doctor would be frustrated to hear me say that, but now I fully believe that there are many things science cannot teach us. I'm thinking lucid dream. Because there is a DR. There is an LU though. There's an L. There isn't a Glasswick. There's the lucid dreaming. Like lucid or lucid dreaming is all I'm thinking about. There's an ID. You can kind of get TRAN, like you're doing trance, but there's no CCE. Okay. There is a DR, something like Doctor something. There's 4 blocks. It's gotta be a he. By the way, they do have like LinkedIn profiles and everything too. see if there's anything, any techniques, the many methods mentioned. Not really. This is where you go to Dr. Quay's LinkedIn page to figure out where his hometown is. And these are all reports, but if I remember correctly, they were not very helpful. And this is like the same message. Necronomicon and vaguely and disconcertingly adumbrated concerning that guide. I think it's the same thing. So I've got this whole, like, these logs are noting Jocelyn Walpole's progress using the Glasswick technique and this Rosen scale, and it's like, it shows like she's getting really good with it, and then it just falls off, and they kick her out of the program. They're like trying different drugs on her. There was other people in this program. Yeah, all these different people here. I don't know if these images are gone.
When the last days were upon me, and the ugly trifles of existence began to drive me to madness.
I don't know why this one glows. I feel like these things lead to one of these, right? So this is pointing to an image on a CDN that I am guessing is no longer available. Which means it might be different. I mean, this has already been solved, so I guess not that big a deal, but if there are other images over here that aren't solved yet, so I feel like once we get this, it'll unlock this puzzle. I don't know if we need both of these to unlock it, but this one has a path leading in and this one does not. So these two posts, the trust and the vigilant, lead into this. Now, are we looking for the trusted methods of which he speaks or the he? I don't know. Tired. I think the official forms are gone too. How about I take a quick break? I'm trying to decide if I want to just play something else for another few hours or go to bed. So give me a second. I'll be right back. Okay. We are going to put this away for now. How do I set this up? Because I now have opened up all these pages that are important. Well, I think they're important. I could play Blueprints, something that also would have me stumped. Case of the Golden Idol also have me stumped. I need something more energetic. I could go back to Dying Light. I should just end stream. All right. It's cool. I did a lot today. I'm very tie-tie. And I'll be back Tuesday to play more Abiotic Factor with my brother at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Thursday, probably continue playing Dying Light. And then next Saturday should be a movie riff, although it's likely to be solo. And it's a little iffy. I got family stuff that day, so it depends on me getting home at a reasonable time, which shouldn't be a problem. And then having the energy to do something. So, lots of ifs, but that's the plan. So, sorry tonight's stream was not super exciting. I think those Allison Smith games are really interesting. And they get you to just because they involve like actually crawling the internet, they feel more grounded in reality because you are like looking up real things that happen in the real world, not fictional to the game, and you're connecting these in-game events to real world events. I think that's really neat. I wish there was more games that did that. I know ARs were a very like limited time thing. Like they were really big for a year or two. But it, you know, I think it's really interesting. It's a lot of reading. It's not a good stream game unless there's people engaged in helping with that research. So that's on me. I was just looking for something that wasn't my typical stuff for tonight. We'll try again. So have a good night, folks. Stay spacey. Get some rest. I'll rest my voice. And I'll see you again soon. Good night. Bye.